Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Keep my head up when I act, head up, that's a fact. Never looking back, I'ma keep myself on track. Keep my head up, staying strong, always moving on. Feel I don't belong, tell my thoughts to move along. Push myself to be the best, die with no regrets. Live with every breath, see my message start to spread. And I had so many dreams, then you hit your teens. Life ain't really what it seems, try to find out what it means. Always do it on my own, so I gotta get through it. And the only thing I know is to love what I'm doing. Never give up, never slow, till I finally prove it. Never listen to the no's, I just wanna keep moving. Yeah, I put out all this art, it's my own.
Last time. So, in this lovely game, I am looking to find all of the notes. That means 44 in total. And if I can find my notes, we have a total of 26 found so far. Now, last time I said that if I can count correctly, that means we are missing 16. Now, as it turns out, I couldn't count correctly because we are missing 18. That's rather embarrassing, but let's not get caught up on the little things after all. We are trying to get a platinum here. Not that This trophy will grant us the platinum, but it will get us considerably closer. Now, we are in the tunnels and we found 3 notes so far in this area out of the 4. So let's get our controller. Take a look at the trophy which we are chasing. If it loads, that is. Well, it seems because we don't have this trophy, we can't even look at it. Another reason to unlock it, so we get access to even looking at the darn thing. Limitations, I'm assuming. Well, let's start up the game and see what we can do. Now. Yes, a machine for pigs, exactly. Now, when it comes to areas, we've been to 7 areas so far, and there are 7 remaining. So, looking at nothing else, we are kind of halfway through the game. However, when we look at the notes, we are doing much better. And why that is important is because since I already played through the game, I roughly know what is going to happen. And what slows my progression through the game is the fact that I have to look into every nook and cranny to find those darn notes. And let me tell you, in most games, namely the Resident Evil games, the collectibles are often placed in areas where you are safe. Now, you might not feel safe, that's true, but that's just an illusion. So if you are brave and adventurous, then you might find that even though the situation and the music and the sound effects heavily suggest that you should be running, you actually don't have to. So you can safely look around for collectibles. No, there are obviously exceptions. Yes, I'm looking at you, Resident Evil 6, more specifically the final of the Chris campaign. That is absolutely cruel. But in this game, the developers were not so kind to us in a way, because in the last episode I had to fumble through the dark trying to avoid a pigman and looking for a note. Now, originally I assumed, well, it won't be here, this is not a safe area, but I will do my best and look around, right? We might die a few times, but that's fine. We actually discovered that you can get captured by the pigman and put into a cage, which they either forget or are instructed not to close. But I actually found a note in that area, meaning there can be notes anywhere. Now, why this playthrough is extremely stressful to me is not because it's a terrifyingly scary game, at least to me. It is because, unlike many other games, and even the first Amnesia game, A Dark Descent, there is no going back in this game. Now, it is true that in The Dark Descent there were points of no return, but you had a kind of hub area and certain other rooms and passages open from that, and you could move between them somewhat freely. So if you forgot something, you had a slight chance that you did not completely screw yourself over. In this game, however, if you leave an area, that's it. You are not going back. And since the game has no manual saves, you can't even load a previous save and just continue your playthrough like nothing happened. No, you have to go back to the beginning of the game and start again. Now, it is true that I do not know if the game and the trophy counts acquired notes throughout multiple playthroughs. Because if it does, it would mean that I don't have to collect all the notes in the game, I only have to find the ones that I missed in my previous playthrough. Now, I know for a fact, from my trusty notebook, that I found 39 notes in my first playthrough, meaning I missed 5. So I only have to find 5 notes. That is extremely easy. Except I have to find those 5 notes. And I have no clue which 5 those are, because I don't know which 39 I found. So I decided, let's just go for all of them. But there is a slight catch here. Something that might be interesting, at least to those who like to figure out what the exact requirements of achievement, challenges, trophies, and records are. And that is, if, this is a really big if I found the last note in the game during my first playthrough, then we can do a little bit of an experiment. Now, if the game wants you to find all of the notes in one save file, in one playthrough, then I will get this trophy when I pick up the last one, that being in the Tesla 2 named area. I'm not sure if that is the actual name of the area in the game, since the game doesn't give us an area name when you enter or leave one, so it might be just the fans calling it that way. But point is, if I get the trophy with the last one, and I already found that before, then the game wants you to find all of the notes in one playthrough. If I get it before that, since I already have that last one, then it also cares about my first playthrough, and I really only had to find the missing ones. It doesn't really change our playthrough for a bit, that's for sure, but it's an interesting little experiment. With that said, let's jump right into... Excuse me? I said into? Never mind. Yes, we are returning. Oh, those lovely piggies. Now, someone, last time around, said that the pigmen are not really friend-shaped. And I want to prove to my wonderful viewers that that's not entirely true. You see, I am a monster myself, so I like to treat creatures equally when it comes to their appearance. And saying that the pigmen are not friendly just because how they look would be a bit rude, in my own opinion. Now, their behavior is a different thing, but so far we didn't see that much from them. Yes, they did put me in a cage and then murdered me, but I feel like they are following some commands here. Now, I actually do remember that I found the note right here, which means that the game indeed saves in the exact point where you leave the game. But before we move on, let's check if we really are where I think we are. So there's a dozen pages here, another dozen here, that's 24, and 2 additional, that's 26. Lovely. Now we have a lot of journals, so let's look at a few. Inside St. Dunstan's, I think that was the church. We sat here, I remember. We sat in our black and we mourned and we prayed and we bowed our heads. How I hated God then, how I spurned him. If this is our Lord, this pig who robs me of my wife, then I refuse his embrace. I will carve a new God for us all. Such madness. Such a fool I was. If such blasphemous ravings had remained within me, I would be damned. But even here I feel the machine throb beneath the flags, and I know my path awaits me. So this is a really nice representation of how Mendes lost his faith because his wife died, as we know, during giving birth to their 2 children. Infernal machinery. The engine fires, the flames are stoked. I hear steam in the walls, vibrations upon the very air. My heart falters at the prospect of throwing the lever and exposing the workings of this dark contraption. But my children beckon me on, and I cannot fail them. So this is during Mendes' descent into the factory. Again, the children beckoning him, which as we know is not really happening. His children are dead, but he has these hallucinations that they are calling him, and also the voice on the phone tells us that the children are trapped in the machine. A hellish portal. It appears I have no choice. Thus I descend, and may God have mercy upon my soul. If this is my bedlam, and I am to be cast as Matthews, then I will wear the mantle for the sake of my boys, and face whatever horrors lie beneath the altar. So this is interesting. I guess this was the machine, the furnace in the church, and this is when we actually start our journey deeper and deeper into the factory beneath the church. But what is intriguing here is a kind of contradiction with Mendes's beliefs. Because you see, these journal entries are written as we play. So they are written in the present. And here he says that he remembers this instance when he was in the church. I'm assuming shortly after he lost his wife, and here he seems to be against the already established religion, and he says that he will create a new god, I'm assuming with his machines. But later on here, he talks about this entire factory as a sort of hell, a hellish portal, an infernal machinery. So that's rather odd, to me at least, because it seems that for some reason, as we know, he is suffering from amnesia, and he kind of reverted back to his beliefs, because here he even says, "May God have mercy upon my soul." So he must be religious to a certain extent. The Mendes Processing Company. My soul shudders at what I have seen. But at last I have reached the main part of the factory. Now onwards, downwards, to find those floodwaters and drain them away. Like Moses, I will cleave the waters and lift my little darlings clear of its vile cradle. Again, in this game, religion plays a really important part, and I think that wants to represent the time period, at least when it comes to London, but it's also the character who is really obsessed with certain ideas, and we have seen many times that he likes to make these odd comparisons with the state of the world and mankind, and the entire meat processing business and religion, and kind of just makes everything together into a really unsettling mixture of madness in a way. But it's not only in his present state. So it's not happening because something went wrong with him and he developed this amnesia. We know from the recordings and from old journal entries that he always well, not always, but after the tragedy with his wife and after his expedition to Mexico, he slowly developed this this superiority complex, and it's not really surprising. In a way, it's rather fitting that here he is comparing his role to Moses, right? How he is saving his children and doing miracles in a way, which again is so puzzling to a certain point, because we know that first of all he created this entire factory, right? And we also know what he has done, yet he seems to be completely not unaware in his amnesia ridden mind, maybe unaware as well, but just completely devoid of any kind of guilt or sense of responsibility or desire to fix what he can fix, which is, well, at this point not that much, but he can do some really important things. And as we know, he is a saboteur, so he did realize that things are going slightly into batshit crazy directions. But I'm still missing that one link in the chain of the story of the reason why he developed amnesia and what happened between him sabotaging everything and then awakening in a bed in his house in the beginning of the game. That one piece is missing, and I don't fully understand how much he knows, but I think not exactly too much, even though we read his own notes. We see his own factory, so he must be realizing that he was the one behind building this and doing many things. Buenas noches. You're right here. I see you're up there. You seem troubled today. What are you thinking about? You know, that's incorrect. Maybe for you, but somewhere else it's completely correct. You are just in the wrong location for it to make sense now. But it will make sense in a few hours. Oh, what is this? Lily's arms are made of steel. Lily's arms are silent. If only I knew who Lily is. The pistons are silent. The plant is at rest. Now that is nice. I love how that is written. I must poke the hornet's nest to open my way. That is never a good idea. Don't mess with hornets, especially Asian hornets. They are dangerous. I fear. The scale of these engines suggests a far greater works than is visible from the surface. Well, yes, because there are 4 floors to the basement, I think, maybe more. Which is actually a brilliant question why everything was built underground. So my friend must be correct, and the larger part of this plant is underground. You could have just looked at the factory map that is posted in, I think, one of the offices when we go through that sterilization airlock of sorts from the basement of the house to an office. There we can actually see it, I think, for the first time in the game. Also, it's interesting that he refers to the man on the phone as his friend. We are close to the Thames. No wonder flooding is such a risk. But it's also infinite cooling water. Alright, enough of the reading. We must march on and find... I said find the last note in this area.
Over there, place it in the corner. What? You think I speak Prussian? Do I look like an inbred hog, sir? Who gives a damn what it contains? Just set it down carefully and leave me be.
That's rather intriguing because, if I'm not mistaken, Alexander and the first game took place in the Prussian Empire? And he actually gets the VTuber from the Brandenburg Castle, as we learn from one of the notes. Oh, that sound, that wind gust is from the first game. Okay, I clearly remember this being closed. Clothes. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a note. It's a piece of paper, a page, a journal entry, a scribble, a jotted down thought. Whatever it is, I must find it. Wait, that's not a vent. You could walk in there. How do I get in there? Oh, stop with the flickering. Why do you want to be in a tight space? Are you joking, game? Are you joking? Well, at least I just hope that I can go around. Ow! 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 Well, you see, right, eh? Some tight spaces can be quite pleasant. Alright, so even though this door closed, we can go around to reach the other door that I didn't check. How so? Elaborate. Well, you see, there are certain tight spaces which just kind of wrap around you in a warm embrace. It's rather nice to be in such a tight spot. Piggy's incoming. I don't know which way Piggy is going. That makes no sense. Why wouldn't it make no sense? Well, you see, just imagine like a blanket, right? Rolled up like a tube, right? And you just slide into it. But imagine that the blanket is not fluffy. Instead, it's a bit fleshy and warm, right? It might even be a bit slick, so you can climb your way inside easier. That sounds disgusting. Well, it is true. It is true. If you just looking at it without the right mindset, it can look rather disgusting. I don't want to play Jabu Jabu. But you see, a lot of people are into such an idea. Some might even say that the tighter the better. But I don't know if that was the pig finding someone or someone agreeing with me that much. But yes, indeed, such tight spaces are... that sounds unsafe somehow. It doesn't have to be. It really doesn't have to be. Even though it is unconventional in a certain way. I have to actually admit some of my kin are rather into it. What are you talking about? I just joined in. Well, I was just explaining to Yorite that some people rather enjoy squeezing themselves into tight spaces. And there's a pig right here. Now you might not be able to see them. I can't see them either. There's the pig. There's the pig. Be a good piggy. Now I have to find the missing note. Uh-oh. Piggy's here. Okay. They can't see in the dark that well. That's good to know. So, what happened here? Oh. I think that is where we were. And apparently something broke the door. Definitely not here. Probably unsafe things. What is unsafe exactly? How would you define unsafe? Alright, I think we got away from the pig. and I couldn't find any notes there, and the phone is ringing. It's something that you have to feel inside. Well, I think we might be talking about the same thing here, about the tight spaces, but are you implying that you have to feel something unsay-so inside? I don't want to jump into the wrong kind of assumptions here. It's rather difficult not to. Alright, where is that last darn note? Did I just miss the phone call? Is that possible? Okay, okay. What? What a surprise.
Find another way to the tunnels. Take care in this place, Mandus. It is the crucible of the evil that stalks these corridors.
Oh, so the elevator is sabotaged. Now you see, in theory, Mandus himself sabotaged the factory so it cannot work. I don't entirely understand why sabotaging the elevator would have that effect. Because the elevator is not needed for the machines. Only the people. Or, well, the pigs. No, you have to feel inside what says so. But if I feel something say so inside, doesn't that make it kind of unsay so? You just feel it in your heart. Ooh. I don't know that pose. If something is not pure, oh, it has to be pure. Well, hygiene is rather important. You are 100% correct about that. You don't want to be unsanitary if something is you know, you feel it inside you. I do agree with that 100%. Where is that last node? Yes, this entire playthrough is about me being concerned about missing a node. That's where we are, so... But in theory we are still above the ground, because I think that's the ground level with that... Is that a tree or a well? It's a well with roots. Problem solved. Note. What's that? That's suspicious. Can I use this? I can? Okay. Here you go. Here's another one, just in case. Oh, come on. Really? One round only? Alright. Oh, stop that. So I think this will bring us back to that main area. Only problem is I already checked the main area. I kinda want to go over there, but I have a feeling that I cannot. I can check this. Underneath the stairs, perhaps? Is the pig coming closer by any chance? Probably just my imagination. Can I get inside there? Don't think so, but I won't be stopped. If I jump in there, do I get stuck? Honestly, most likely. I do not see anything there. Oh, this is not nice at all. This is not at all nice. Because I have not the slightest of clue where the missing note might be. Just like me. You mean you are not nice? What's there? What's there, I wonder? Correct. You see, English is rather an odd language, especially with words like nice, because it means multiple things. So it can mean that someone is kind and well behaved and helpful, but it also can mean having a handsome or pleasant appearance. So which one are you referring to? And I'm neither. We are going back to the pig? Of course we are. Why? Because I can't find the note. This is logged. Okay. So what you are suggesting is you are ugly and rude, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, let's see. Nothing. 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 Don't worry, piggy. Just go check the other side of the room. Yeah, that's great. Just like that. You could go a bit further, if you wouldn't mind. Box, box, box. More box. Lock door. Pig. Pig! I mean, if I get murdered, that's not a huge problem. It's better than not finding the note. I'm not here. I'm definitely not here. You did not see a thing. Told ya. That's a wall. Ow! Wow, they are really quick. But what if pig actually perceives? Then I die like this. Are you gaslighting them? Slightly. I am using some misdirection. Are you into the triple G? Which stands for what exactly? Go on your merry way, Piggy. Oh shit. Gaslight Gatekeep Girl Boss. I never heard about those 3Gs. Not exactly. No, it's not my idea of a fun time. Alright, well. Can we use some trickery to move over there? No. But really nice how the character reacts to the steam. Well, I guess we have absolutely no other option than to move on and hope that we did not mess up. Again, what I do is just check and check again, and when I feel like I really exhaust all of my options, I continue. And apparently I dropped this. I do not remember dropping it here, but whatever. Nothing there. I know children's giggling, really scary. Where's my note? Poor Teddy. Poor Teddy. Cannot interact with Teddy, so that might also mean that it's just a hallucination, just like the masks. That was one of the kids. Is there a pig? But wait. The kid just ran through these bars, or it wasn't all closed? Well, it was just an illusion after all. August 4th, 1898. Ooh, that's more than years old. And that's another line 27. More experiments with Compound X. Now, as far as I know, Compound X was a mixture of VTi and something else. And I have to say, brilliant naming. Absolutely. I hope that my words are just oozing with sarcasm here. Took the dog and injected it with strychnine. After the expected convulsions and spasming, it died just after midnight. But first of all, running experiments on the family dog is kinda messed up. Even more than experimenting on animals overall, which is also messed up. But if you try to play the role of a scientist, at least take some meaningful notes. When did you inject the dog? You only wrote down when it died. That gives absolutely fuck all information. Yes, it died after midnight. After how long? Was it 2 minutes, 2 hours, 2 days? I mean, we know it was on August 4th, but that's also a good question. If it died just after midnight, was this written on the 4th? So you injected the dog on the 3rd? That would make sense. Or you backdated it. I immersed the body in a large tank of Compound X and introduced an alternating current via induction coil for a period of 3.5 minutes. Finally, some useful information. Partial return was induced. What do you mean partial? Also, wouldn't the dog just kind of drown if it was, and I quote, immersed? However, damage incurred prior to that was retained upon revival, meaning the dog continued in the acute state of strychnine poisoning until I put a bullet in its skull. And then it came back to life again? Because there was a part of a note that mentioned how the failed experiments should be destroyed because they kind of get stuck into this cycle of reanimation. Perhaps, oh wait, no. But drowning? Perhaps yes. It is after all known to be the kindest of suicides. Is it? It's not a pleasant one, that's for sure, and also not a nice sight. If one were to drown, replacing the fluid in the lungs with compound X should theoretically, good enough, be perfectly possible as a revival method. No, not really. No, again, the thing with zombies, the entire idea with zombies, just does not work. Biologically, once a person is dead for a longer period of time, you cannot bring back because certain changes occur, and for example, the body won't really be able to move because the muscles won't function. But putting that aside and looking at just the kind of horror trope of zombies and reanimation and all that, if the subject retains every damage that happened before, that means any damages caused by the drowning would also be present. So that wouldn't really work. Now here it's interesting that Compound X is within the universe of the game, and that's what's important, because how I look at any piece of fiction is you can come up with the most outrageous ideas as long as it works within its own rule set. I'm okay with it. Now here, this mixture is not described as something that would just trade undead people, because let's take an extreme example. You put a skeleton into this compound, it will not work because it has nothing really to work with. And even decomposing corpses, they could not function. And that actually explains partially why Mendes needed live subjects, because he couldn't just dig up bodies in the graveyard and use those, because those are, well, using the words here, are too damaged. They cannot function within a pigmen in this case. But because he took living subjects and molded them and changed them, the Compound X was able to heal them, because that it's rather good at. From one of the notes we know that it helps, I would say regeneration, but I think the example that was given is it helps different types of tissue bond and heal together. So that means if he takes a pig head in this case and a human body and just kind of put them together, it's able to make the two parts function? Question mark. Even though the procedure, this pigment project was much more complex, because we know that they are humans to begin with pig-like features, which I don't really know why that was necessary. I think it's just the butcher in Mendes just insisting on pigs. I don't know why pigs. I guess in Great Britain they preferred pigs. Maybe if this story were to take place in America, in the USA, for example, it would be cows. I don't know. But we know that the base is a human, so we have a human skull with a human brain in it, because we know that they can think to certain extent. The brain is altered to be able to tolerate the changes, but the face is of a pig, so it's not a pig head on a human body, it's a pig face on a human head, which might be even more terrifying. But again, here they focused on the psychological aspects. They didn't really show the gore bits, even though they could have been absolutely terrifying. But they wanted the game to be more of a terrifying thought experiment than gory display, which I can respect. It is a psychological horror game, and not a torture porn entry in the Amnesia franchise. Even though, let's be honest, the implication in Justin and the Dark Descent are rather gory in many ways, really terrifyingly, quite honestly. But it's time for the first word of the day, and I added new words for this occasion to my list of words. So let's see if we get something new or something old. Oh, vacillate. No, not vacillate. Vacillate, if I'm not mistaken. And that is from the aforementioned Justin, and it means to hesitate. And apparently I pronounced it somewhat correctly, vacillate. Now what I want to do is to add words to my list, and if I get the same word many times and I can confidently pronounce it and explain the definition, then I will just ask for another word. So let's do that, since this one has a rather simple definition. Atlas, for my definition, it's the C1 vertebra in the neck. But I guess let's look at another one. Clove. Ooh, that's one I don't think I got before. So clove as a noun means a segment, such as a clove of garlic, but it's also a verb. However, not the present tense verb or the form. Oh, thank you, B, for the lurk. Oh, that's a really nice emoticon. Limited time only emote. Never saw it before, but thank you so much. So it is, I think, the past tense form of cleave, which is to cut or split in to segments, halves. But let me look at it if I'm past tense of cleave. So it's cleave, clove, and clave. Interestingly, it also lists cleaved as the past, and I'm assuming the perfect form as well. But as we know, there are multiple forms of everything, there are multiple versions, even with pronunciation. There is not one that is always correct. And yes, it means to divide by or as if by a cutting blow, with the synonym listed split. That's a nice one. So let's go back to the game. Yes, I know. Time to go. Move on. I think I forgot something. Here it is. Hey, I was here before. That wasn't here before. Is the game trying to gaslight me here? No, wait a moment. I came up here. I couldn't go there. So I went there. Alright. Well, we have 27 by the looks of it. Let's go. I don't know what turned the steam off. Maybe the fact that when we saw the kid running by before the barred off hallway where we found the note, some of the steam pipes burst. Is that the past of burst? I think yes. Now, fun fact. Last time I used this pneumatic tube system when I went that way, but I also took one with myself and put it here apparently. Now I did the same thing. I used this system. Now this one says OMD. I think this also says OMD. Yes, and this says B. Is that a B? I think BIV. And I'm assuming this will also say BIV. So I took 2 of each. Okay, not here apparently. There. What? Is it normal if a blinking light also makes a sound? Well, whatever, let's turn it on. Yeah, once again, no going back, but that's fine. Spin it up! That was not a lot of spinning, but here is our mixture. And let me guess, this is burnt out. No? Now what's making these noises? But I'm really sure that I should not drop this. So let's drop it. And see what I have to use this for. Let me see. This is the chemical X. So let's take a look at it. Let's place it. I said let's place it there. Wow, I'm good. Alright, so it's a transparent bluish green color, I would say. It's rather pretty. Now I think the rather odd way the light bounces off of it is because of the glass. You can see that glass piece also has the same effect. So I think this is a somewhat clear liquid, even though right now it looks as if it was a gel of sorts. Now I have to put some of it on this lock, and as we know, if a certain light hits it, then it heats up. So let's shine some light on it. Thank you. And let's go. That's probably just some blood, don't worry about it. Now you see what this is? This is a whole lot of wasted space. I mean, look at it.
Down here, Daddy. Faster, faster.
I love that British pronunciation. Faster, faster. Alright. Now any reasonable person would use the ladder, so let's jump down. Worked! Bilge pump maintenance access. Alright. So you have a ladder that leads down here and then nothing. That makes perfect sense. I guess let's jump. Also, a rather intriguing thing about people, especially in games. If you have a segment in a game where you know that you have to fall down, right? What do you do? Do you just walk off or you jump? Because I think that most people have this odd craving or impulse to jump. But you see, if you jump, the fall will actually be higher. So you get hurt more in a game. If you just walk off, you minimize the distance that you have to fall. But still, people want to jump. I guess that just feels more... what would be the right word? Freeing? I cannot make accents in English. Well, you said that you have a Spanish accent in English. Even though I don't notice accents. Especially not as strong ones. Really strong Irish accent is something I struggle to understand. But when it comes to French or German or Spanish English accents, I barely even notice. There are a few words where I kind of feel like the pronunciation was slightly off, but I honestly enjoy hearing that, because that shows the original language the person spoke. It kind of gives their English a certain flair. Now we are in, I don't know, I can't see, it's dark here. We are in the sewers, because as you know, every game has to have a sewer level. Resident Evil 2 had a sewer part. Resident Evil 3 also had a sewer part. I haven't played the remake of Resident Evil 4, but I wouldn't be surprised if it had a sewer section. Now, in the sewers, we are looking for 3 notes. Hopefully, we will find them soon, because this is absolutely fucking disgusting. Not the skulls. The skulls are okay. As you can see, whatever consumed the fleshy bits of these humans, they made a clean job of it. They cleaned off those bones. Now this will be an absolute freaking nightmare. Not because of the horror, but because I remember that in this sewer section you have to navigate through a sort of maze, if you will, and the game absolutely loves to block your way back, which wouldn't be bad in itself, but let's imagine that you have 2 ways to go. You choose one. Well, if you can't return, you can check option 2. So I really hope that they didn't put a note in such a spot. But we already found one, and I'm assuming it belongs to this pile of bones. The poor person... Sir? Wait. That's a spine. A spinal column. Ribs. I think that's called the sternum. A bit long. What is that? Is that... That doesn't look like the lower parts of the spine. So I think that's another sternum. And a person usually only has one of those. So that's 2. And there's another piece with a few ribs there. This, I think, based on its length and the thickness, is a femur. These ones I'm not sure about, and that's... Is that a skull? And that's another skull? I think this is the remains of at least 2 people. October 22nd, 1899. That's another line. Naturally, once bled, the product must be scalded. Scalded. What does that mean? I'm not a butcher. Scald. Okay. To burn with or as if with hot liquid or steam. So it's kind of a synonym of scorch. Okay. Dehaired. That is such an intriguing word. Dehaired. So if someone gets waxed, that is officially called dehairing? Doesn't sound the same. And scraped, ready for gambroling and evisceration. This is a smaller dictionary for me, but that's fine. Let's see what this is. Gamble? No, gambrol. I can't find this word. That's always fun. I guess I will have to find this later on. I think evisceration means the removal of internal organs. Eviscerate. To take out the entrails of. To remove an organ. Yes. For this, we pass them through the steam reservoir. Why am I not surprised that they are doing everything with steam? Which is kept at a constant temperature by passing excess high pressure venting from the engines via the boiler and series of large copper pipes into a stone chamber just below the workhouse. At the center of the machine there is a component that must be kept at a considerably low temperature, which controls operations of the processing of product throughout the system. Alongside this, refrigeration is of the utmost importance in retaining product quality. The retraining the product is the other kind of product. I think here they are actually talking about literal pigs. Even though we know people were processed in Mendes's factory, I think. And this also requires heat to be removed from certain areas of the machine. Two problems are therefore combined into a single solution: the removal of heat from some areas and the requirements for increased heat in others. Now that is actually clever. I do not know if that's physically possible. In certain ways, yes, because power plants work on that idea. However, there the idea is that you have some kind of a fuel, mostly coal, gas, whatever you are burning, you are creating heat. That heats up water, that water turns into steam, and that steam then travels through a system of pipes and turns a turbine, and that turbine generates electricity. Now after that, the steam cools down, it returns into its liquid form as water, and then it's channeled back. So it's a closed loop. However, there, the goal is to create electricity. And the burning of the coal or the gas or whatever other fuel you are using is a necessary part of that process. You are not doing that because of some other use. Here what they are doing is they are doing two things that they want, and they are solving the problem of the temperature difference by rerouting or removing and then adding some of that heat from areas. I don't know if that could reliably work, but it's a fascinating idea. Conducting panels draw heat using the principles of convection regulated by the boiler, and sending freezing air along one set of pipes in one direction and superheated vapors in another. It's rather clever. I do like it. It shows that Mendes had some clever ideas. I don't say inventions, because I'm pretty sure most of these things have been thought of overall, but I find it clever from the developers that they also show the player through these notes that Mendes really was capable of planning most of his factory and then getting it built, which I think the professor on his visit actually was impressed by, and congratulated Mendes on how he built all of this. A rather fascinating factory and machinery. The only thing is that unfortunately he went a bit overboard in certain aspects. Now, moving on. We have one note.
Isn't it dangerous allowing this filthy discharge to collect so close to the core?
We can use the flow to drive the turbines. There will always be a torrent of excreta flooding through these tunnels. We can use this to supplement the steam production and ensure constancy.
Dear God, the stench! This fecal matter is the true product of the age.
Now this is, however, interesting to me. Stop it. Because here, based on the voices, I think Mendes was the one who asked and not the one who explained. And that to me would suggest that someone else, or maybe multiple people, engineers, worked on all of this, and they planned how even the flow of the discharge could be used to turn the turbines, which is ingenious and disgusting in equal measures, I think. But that means that Mendes wasn't alone in planning all of this out. So maybe what I said about him rather cleverly distributing the heat might have been not entirely his own idea, which is not a problem, but it's it shows that he's not necessarily a genius all by himself. Stop that. What would a pig be doing here? I'm sorry, but... Now the thing is, the sounds are coming from the left. So everyone would be going to the right. So we are going to the left. Not to be rude, but these are no conditions for man or pig to work in. Okay, so that's just a dead end. I think I missed that the previous time and I couldn't go back because this closes. I understand. You're there, you're in the water, and I have to get to that somehow. Now let's see what we have here. Pig mask, one doorway. So far I was able to check every door, every option. I don't think it's a good idea that I go into the water. We both know that it's not purely water, but let's just call it that for the time being. Okay. Dreadist doesn't want to get wet. Noted. It's not getting wet. The question is getting wet by what? And since we are in the sewers, and not just any kind of sewers, but the sewers underneath the slaughtering line of this meat facility, or slaughterhouse, short, I do not wish to be submerged in such a mixture. I don't necessarily have trouble with getting wet. Again, it depends on the liquid. Now, again we have the little temple miniature from the Mexican expedition. And the second note, I'm pretty sure I found this before. Several of the older forms have breached their containment area and escaped into the sewers. Now they are referred to as forms. I am assuming forms and older forms means the earlier prototypes or attempts. But that explains why there are pigs here. They remind me of my limitations. This is no Shalom and I am no Eliha? I do not know what that is referencing. At least, not quite yet. It is the heat generated from keeping the doorway between open that is to blame. The heat generated from keeping the doorway between open. What gateway? Yeah. You don't like being wet. Again, it depends on the liquid. You know, As far as I know, you do not like getting wet. But most of the time, when you say that, you are talking about rain. However, you do like painting your nails, and nail polish is a liquid, so it is making your fingernails wet, and you don't mind that. You see, there's always some subtlety to things. Now, where was I? We cannot simply peg them about this coolant as we do at the center where the doorway is. Again, there is this center part that is important and that has to be cooled. But what is the doorway? The later versions are kept safe by the freezing temperature of those towers. Up here, where the air is hot and fetid, they become overheated and their duality tears them asunder. Asunder means apart. As the other place flies from their cells and their vitae splinters. So wait, the later versions are other pigmen. And they are stable because they are kept safe by the freezing temperature of those towers. Some kind of a cooling towers, I'm assuming. But up here, they get overheated. The pigmen. Now it is true, it was mentioned that the compound X heats up. That's one of the reasons why we could break the lock with it, the padlock. But it was also mentioned that within the body of the pigman it works slightly differently. As the other place flies from their cells. You mean cells as in organic cells. The other place is the dark world, and their vitae splinters. They live sporadically, turn from one world to the other and back again in violent, unpredictable bursts. So that would mean that the pigmen kind of exist in this world, but also the dark world, and they kind of flicker between the two. But I'm not sure how that makes sense, because the vitae exists in this world. It is not from the dark world. It is true that even in the dark world they discovered the vitae and how to extract it, and that's, I'm assuming that is where Alexander got the idea from. But just because they use vitae, I don't fully understand why that would be a problem. Like this, that they kind of exist between the worlds. And the other odd thing for me is the doorway they keep mentioning. Is that a portal between the worlds? For a few seconds they are creatures of this world, then they are torn away and cease to have physical form. This vicious ripping back and forth between worlds has driven them quite insane. I have ordered the affected areas sealed and will not allow my loyal workers to enter. So I'm assuming the loyal workers are the other pigmen, and the reason why he doesn't allow them to enter is not necessarily because they would meet the failed experiments, or these pigmen, even though they might be dangerous since they went insane apparently, but because of the environment, because they would also overheat and have the same kind of trouble. So they would become failed experiments too, which is actually interesting, because he mentions that there are older forms and newer versions. But the reason why one works and one doesn't is not explained by something that is unique to them, but because the later versions are kept safe by the freezing temperatures of those towers, whereas the older forms overheated in this area. These are damned places now, the abode of failed experiments, ghosts of fear and spite. So I'm not sure if they got this way because they were failed experiments. Maybe it's just the location, it's the heat and not how they were created. But it's nice how it says abode of failed experiments, abode meaning a place where someone or something lives, a home. But here it again shows that he kind of takes it personally that he failed, and so he just shuts down this entire area rather than killing these big men and fixing the problems. But it's a bit odd to me that there is no explanation what's the difference between the different iterations of the pigmen. Just how one failed and the other did not. Okay, so we have this one, and I think that means we have 3 and 2, yes. One really nice detail that I noticed is the PlayStation controller's lights up the same way as our lamp, and so I can use that to actually see my notes. Rather nice. But apparently my webcam thinks that it's way too dark for it to work, so let me light a candle. Is that enough light? Hopefully it is. Now, time to move on from this one. Oh no, I have to turn this. Sluice 1, sluice 2. I'm pretty sure that's not how you pronounce it. So this will be open. Okay. That's surprising. So I can't go there. Apparently I have to go back. Fine. This is a dead end. We know that one. This is where we saw the pig. This is where we came from. And now this is open, but this will be closed. Yes, so we cannot go fully back, but that's fine. Wonderful. Well, the railing will save us, hopefully. This is closed. What are those rod-shaped objects in the water? I do not want to know. Well, we only have one way to go, and that is, well, here. I really can't see a darn thing without my lamp. Which is interesting because there are lamps here, they just don't help a whole lot. Well, I'm assuming I'm not going that way. Alright. I can go that way, or I can go around. And I think I opened this. Oh, which way do I want to go? Questions, questions. Well, this is an open area, but there are gates in the way that could close. Let's look around here. Is this where I fell down? This is where I started. Good to know. So I went around and that was the door that got closed. Oh. Good to know. In that case, what did I just step on? I do not want to know. I do not want to know. So this is now open because I opened the gate. Lovely. And I can go around here and find a recording here.
But we can save them. We can set them free. We can replace a rotten old world with a clean new one. Mr. Dreadist, you sound every bit the fanatic. Well, how can I be otherwise, Professor? How can any man of ethics simply stand by and watch this world drown in its own excrement? And your engineer, this visionary with whom you embarked upon this course, does he share your views? Indeed he does. Indeed he does. The poor fellow has seen it all before. Now, this is not the first great civilization he has wept for. And so you set about things immediately upon your return? Naturally. These things cannot be left to rot upon the tree. And sponsors were remarkably easy to find. I tell you, Professor, a trail of greed brings rich men to your door like pigs to truffles.
I don't know if this recording being here is more fitting because he says that this rotting word can be replaced by a clean one right away, or because he says that this civilization is drowning in its own well, you know what. But that's interesting. The engineer he works with, who saw other great civilizations fall. So that would be... We have 2 ways to go. So that would be someone from the dark world, I'm assuming. So we went around and this is the exact same spot. Yeah, you can just go around if you wish. I try to make sense of the map more so than before, because I don't want to miss an area. Okay, I can go that way towards the flickering lights, which is always a good idea in this game. Okay, well, we heard the noise coming from the right, so we are going to the right. I guess we missed the jump scare. Classic. I do that all the time. Haha! I see you. It's nice that they glow a bit, because I might have missed that one. February 17th, and that's the third note here. 1899, and I said, look, my darlings, can you see it? And they said, yes. Daddy, yes, we see it. A tall, weathered cap of a steep-sided pyramid, so like those of Egypt. Stone falling away from the summit, vines crawling about, intertwining the... what? Stucco serpents that thrive about the steps. A palpable sense of stillness, a weight of forgotten. And this here, this is where the kings sat, and this is where the priests lived. This house, this is the house of the dead, and here, where the sun strikes, this is where they threw the hearts that were not consumed. So I'm assuming this is again about the temple. Aren't you glad the notes are white in a brown world? Yes. Yes, I certainly am. Especially because we are in the sewers. So the brown world is all the more fitting. No, my darlings, they most certainly were not savages. You see, they believed that the sky could fall on their heads, and they truly believed that offering blood was the only way of stopping this from happening. I have to wonder, with these ancient civilizations and religious beliefs, where did they originate from? I find it rather fascinating, because they had to come to that realization. They might have had that fear of the sky falling down, but how did they figure out what they need is sacrifice and offer blood? Now, it might have been a kind of a coincidence. Maybe they just tried it, and all of a sudden the weather turned clear, and the clouds drifted away and a rainbow appeared, and they said, well, this is it. But it must have been a fascinating tale. Perhaps, my darling, perhaps they were mistaken altogether. Or perhaps their tragedy was they could simply not spill blood enough to prevent the sky from falling in upon them. Yeah, Mendes, yeah. Maybe. Maybe that's it. Or maybe you completely lost it. Here it is. 1 and 2 again. Okay. Not going there. I'm going here. Oh, we got around and we got the water level lower, so we can open this, or at least I think that this is the same door that we saw, and we could get down into the water there, even though I couldn't see that there was railing there. So this is either not the same spot or the water was above that line, maybe somewhere here. Indeed, interesting. This map is so dark, it's really difficult for me to honestly figure out where I am. Okay, we do that. We close that. We turn this. We turn... Oh, come on. Oh, the pressure is actually going down there on that meter. Okay, we turn that. We turn this off. Great! Aren't we done in this area? We should be. We have all of the notes. Why am I still here? Oh, I remember this part. There are the piggies. And there's the feast of the piggies, and holy moly, they must be so annoyed by the flickering lights. Now, I'm not certain what they are eating, but that's a mighty big table. I'm also wondering why the lights flicker. I guess because they are unnatural in the way that they belong to another world, partially. Let's close this. I said close it. And here you can actually check some of them. They are in their rooms, listening to classical music while eating. Remember, work together, sleep alone. That's interesting. I'm not sure why that's important. They kept the pigmen separate. Fraternizing will not be tolerated. Also, that kind of implies that they can read. Because, you know, they wrote this. And this, now this makes me really wonder. This is a pigman with its cage, which I'm assuming is kind of its bed. And it's putting these building blocks atop each other. Now, I'm not sure the fact that they are knocking it over with a snout, maybe? I think. Yes, with the snout is just because they made a short animation, or it's kind of a hint, but it might be because as humans they are not used to having this shape for a face, and so they have to get used to that, and this is an interesting way of showing how they are still adapting. But the other thing is they don't mind the light, the candle right next to them, which would mean that they attack us not because we shine this light, but because that is what they are ordered to do as kind of a security. But what got me thinking about this, even before I started replaying it, is they act rather childlike here, playing with these building blocks, and I think those are actually children's wooden building blocks, but if you look closely, they have multiple letters on them. So I think this is a 2x2x2 cube, so they are bigger, so they work with their larger hands. But why would they play like this? Now they are intelligent to a certain degree. They can work in the factory. So why are they like this? Or at least some of them like this. Now it might be because their minds were altered, but the only note about that mentions the frontal cortex, which is responsible for emotions mostly, and it is explained that the modification was necessary so they can bear the trauma associated with their absolutely horrendous transformation. So they are not dumber just because they are pigmen in a way, but they must be, because they just follow orders and they don't question this. So they forgot who they were, they forgot about everything. I'm not sure, because one of the options is that their minds were altered to the point that they are simpler beings, and that is what this tries to show. The other option is that the intelligence of the pigmen is directly linked to the intelligence of the test subject from which they were created. And I think, I'm not sure, but I think there was a mention that Mendes might have used children as test subjects as well, and this might be the reason why certain pigmen play with these kind of toys and behave in a more like childlike behavior here. But it's certainly a rather disturbing idea. Just seeing them like this, because they kind of look innocent and they look rather saddening, not threatening. They are not monstrous creatures, but the absolutely poor victims of Mendes and his insane ideas of how he wants to reform the world to some better utopia he thinks is necessary to make everything better. And this is the unfortunate result, this horror, tragically. But it's time for another word, because there is another ad, and it's time for some tea. Oh yes, that's a lovely word. I heard that on a certain VTuber's stream. What do you mean it's always time for some tea? No, I do agree with that. But I can't just spend the entire stream sipping my tea. I would run out of it. My passe in bio. Indeed. So passe is a lovely word. It means a group of people, or a group overall, I think, but it has some connection to the Western era. I'm not necessarily sure of the extent of that, but I actually heard this word when Urite was playing UFO 50, and the closed captions kept miscaptioning it. Then make more tea! It is true that there is no such thing as too much tea, but there might be. So, let's go back. Leave this adorable creature. And move on. I have to get out of here because this is not where we should be. Anyone in there? What you doing? Don't want to show me? No? Not a fan. I see. Let them have some privacy. You see, you might say that they are not friend-shaped, but they are not terrible creatures. So which way do I have to go? Oh, yes, options. I love options. What do I love more than options? I guess more options. Oh, you poor thing. Why are you chained like that? And what is sticking out of your elbow? Oh, you poor thing. It's kind of a shame that the game never explains what happens to the pigman. They are just misunderstood. Okay, what's that? Disposal tubes, emergency access only. That sounds fine. Oh, that's interesting. They are sleeping on the top of the holding. I want to say cell, but I think they were called holding pens. What's here? Are you sleeping or crying? I'm not sure. I will leave you to it. My bad for disturbing you. I have to say it's rather annoying that the light is flickering, because when I'm near a pigman, here I can't even see the pigman, but I'm near them, and the controller is flickering in the same way, so I can't see anything. Oh, what's this? All right, the axis. Also, why aren't the lights working here? Are there lights in there? I think the lights inside are candles? Oh, come on. No, the light is coming from the top, so that would mean there are lamps that function. Just not the ones around us for some unknown reason. Oh, where am I? It's way too dark for my taste. And I like the darkness. But I also prefer a candle that actually works rather than whatever this is. Okay, maybe I shouldn't jump down. Okay. Okay, I already read this. Wait. Wait a moment. I went down and I ended up coming back? How is that possible? I think I fell into a wormhole. Okay, this sounds, or rather looks different. Yeah, that sounds bad. I think it's time to make our swift escape. The next area is the reactor. This doesn't look like a reactor, so... Ow! Who put that there? That probably me. Why is there a ladder in a pipe? Who would be here? In theory we're moving. Don't ask me where, I don't know. Why is everything shaking? Ow! Oh, another ladder. Motherfucker! Okay, so I'm guessing we are going downwards. I should look behind and in front of my feet before I break more bones. Okay, where the heck are we? There. Great. So as you can see, this door is not only lit up, but you see the icon that shows we are moving to a new area. No. Here, it doesn't tell you the name of that area, not even on the loading screen. That's why I mentioned that even though in the guide it was called reactor, that might be just the players calling it something to refer to it. And here, in theory, we are looking for only one note. That will be quick to deal with. Hopefully. Okay, look for the note. Let's speedrun this area.
You seem to have undergone quite a profound conversion in Mexico, Mr. Mendes.
You could not have seen it yourself and not, Professor. As we disembarked, even through my fever, I saw the detritus of this so-called progress. I saw starvation and disease, rot and destruction polluting the waters of the Empire. We are ruiners, you and I, and all of us, and we make the world unclean.
And you took it upon yourself to act as Redeemer.
Professor, I would not be so presumptuous. I am merely a conduit. I am constructing an architecture to wrestle our damnation to the ground and smother it with steam.
Have to admit it, he's good with the marketing. This is where I came from. Okay, nothing here. So this is where I came from. This is a dead end. This is also a dead end. What? Oh. You know, if it wasn't so bloody dark here, I might even see where I need to go. But a man can dream.
He's here, he's here.
Who's here? You know what? This looks suspicious to me. Well, did he just cave in or something?
I said you'd come.
Okay. I know this area, I'm not happy about it. But for now we are safe. I think. Calm down, piggy. Calm down. I just want my note, then we can struggle.
Ahead, it trickled to still waters. I dragged myself deeper into the temple, downward ever, towards a wind that held the voices of their children, beckoning me to set them free.
At first when he said temple, I thought he's talking about his adventure in Mexico, but then the voices of his children would mean now, so he thinks this is a temple? Alright. There's my note. I still have my guardrails. You cannot touch me. Okay, so we have one way here and we have one way here. And I have a feeling that this is the exact same pathway, just around. Indeed. What was that? Is there a piano down here? Is there a pig playing a piano here? That would be quite something. Okay, let me see. Will the rightmost door open? Yeah! It's a good thing that they didn't put anything in these, because you literally cannot open any of the other ones in this port. Horror string. There was a piano in my game yesterday. Unfortunately, I could not watch your stream yesterday. I think you were playing the Last Door episode of season 2, but I could not watch it. I was lurking, but I don't know what happened. Let's see what we have here. What? But what cow are we talking about? Well, this led to bloody nowhere. So I have to do something here. Oh. That's great. Now everything is turning. Oh, I guess there is an axle in there that's turning, but there is a protective outer shell. Good idea. That looks like an electric motor, maybe? But there's steam coming out of this? I'm not sure what this is exactly. But I think we did something. And I know why we have a way around here. But I don't have my note. Wait, what is this? Well, why is there a door here? Okay. Not sure what those bits are in the water. That looks like a human head, not gonna lie. Where's the note? So I'm assuming we have access to a new area somewhere here, but I also know that we will soon fall down. So I can go this way because steam. And let me guess, this will just collapse under me. Not yet. Even though the game forces me to come here, yes. Going the wrong way. Oh, there are multiple of you. Great to know. Am I screwed? Maybe. But there are still guardrails here, so I mean, we kind of have limited options here. I'm not even sure if they could get us. But let's not tempt the fate. Let's see what we have here. So this is the... I think that's the one part that broke. Yeah, the other side of it. Lovely. There are too many ways to go. This is no good. Okay, so there's this place. Which is extremely useful. Why is there a metal bar fence in front of a brick wall? Kinda looks like overkill to me. But fine. So we are not going that way. Alright. We came from here. This way is blocked by steam. This way actually collapsed. So this is our only way forward. If only I knew which freaking way to go. Now, interesting that gamers, as far as I know, usually explore one floor at a time. I'm doing the exact opposite of that. Main pump controls. What I'm doing is I'm exploring one connected area first, hoping that nothing can close on me. Goodness. Is that a ladder? Yeah, that sure looks like a ladder. Let's see if there's anything here. Yeah, I'm not dropping down there. So I guess this is the way we have to go. Which means... Great, this is still open. Why I didn't go in here first, because of that. That looks like the bottom of a gate. Well, great. It's just a hungry door with teeth, right? Okay. So we are here. And this is not a door. So I guess we have to fix this piece of machinery with the gears. And that will do something. Oh, you mother... Okay. Was there anything in the other area, or do I want to maybe try to reload? If I reload now, I mean, something has to open here, one way or another, and these don't look like doors to me. So I think this will lead me to that other area that I've seen. At least I really sure hope so. Oh! Oops. Sorry. Close enough. Where do I turn this thing on? A little furnace, has coal in it. Don't screw me over. Okay, that's rotating, that's going. Yes! Haha! So I'm not sure if this is actually necessary. Or... Don't tell me that's closed. Okay, it's not. So I'm not sure if this is actually necessary. Or if you go in there being too curious, you just kind of walk into that trap and you have to fix it to go out. Ow! Alright, this is that trap part. Right, yeah, I remember. So what you have to do is pick one of these up and hit the ladder with it, so it falls down and extends and you can leave. Problem with this, we are not one bit closer to our note. looked around here. So where do I have to go actually? I went one way, I went the other. What's left? I mean, not as in left and right, but what haven't I looked at? I guess going back? No, this is the dead end. Steam is still going. I'm pretty sure the part that collapsed is still collapsed. Would make sense. So the only thing left is actually the ladder, which was somewhere here, wasn't it? Was it in here? No, it wasn't. Ah, here it is. So now we can move around safely. Safer, let's just say that. With the water level lower. And that could reveal a node that was submerged until now. But that's the part that fell down. And that's actually nice, it hit the edge of the railing. I almost thought something was standing there because of the bottom of that pillar. But that's just the pillar. Ooh, that's a big engine. Alright, this is not necessarily a good thing, but I couldn't find anything here, so I really hope that this is not part of the reactor. Oh, come on. Okay, first we switch the switch, then turn the wheel, then pull the thing, then wait on the pressure to drop, then turn the other thingy, and turn this off, and get the fuck out of here. Yeah, that's a new area. I'm not happy about that. If there is a node, it has to be here, or there is no node in this area, or I am screwed. Nah, let's see. Nothing here, not on this, not on this, not there. Candle, that's really safe. Core system access. That sounds a lot like a reactor, you know, core and all, but yeah, let's say that there wasn't anything here. At least I'm really hoping. This is all so worrying. Okay, where are we now? Is that wood? What? Someone ran out of budget? Everything is made out of wood here. So far, everything or at least until now, everything was made out of steel. What happened? Note. March 15th, 1899. I really hope this is the reactor one and not the engine one. Curled into my bunk, all sick and sweat-ridden. They clean my room about me, but I can only hear the voice from within that gentlest of stones. It sings to me and I dream of a great machine. Now this would mean, at least I think, that this is from the time when he, and by he I mean Mendes, traveled to Mexico and got sick. Now the stone could be an orb, and he had these visions of a great machine. We will build a new world from the ruins of the old. We will plant flowers in the rotten ribcage and let them grow to hold the sky from falling. Again, it's that old belief coming back, and that could mean that this game explains the old religious beliefs with the presence of an orb. No, the first game actually mentioned how orbs can be, or at least one, maybe the same, can be seen in many paintings depicting royalty. So here it could be the same. I remember how it whispered to me as we rolled sick and heaving. And I remember when we pulled into Southampton and we both wept, for it was every bit as much a desecration as had been sung to me. So it could be that he found an orb in that old Mexican temple? Maybe that is the stone egg that he keeps talking about. And then we came to London and I set it upon the mantelpiece and went into the house and gathered the servants and set on recrafting them. And then I went into the garden and buried those tiny shadowed skulls under the weeping bulges of the rhododendrons. I think that's a flower. So this, I actually realized this during my previous playthrough, that the servants were children. I don't understand the recrafting part because he just killed them and buried them. And this, actually, there is a reference to this in one of the loading screens, I think, when it is explained that he... what was the exact part? I think he told the gardener not to mess with those flowers, and but that's the reason, because he buried the children there, the servants. But this part he mentions about the setting whatever this was on the mantelpiece, we didn't find such thing in the house, so I think he moved it somewhere else. Maybe we will actually find it this time around. But I hope this is the one note that I was looking for, if this is the reactor area. Where do I have to go? It would be lovely, because that means that not only I don't have to restart, but I also don't have to look around a million times. Stop. No unauthorized persons to enter this facility by order of the management. I am the management. Why are there multiple ways? So there's a staircase leading down, and there's a the landing here. That what's the point of this place? These people are just trying to confuse me at this point. You know, all of this is underground.
And you set me upon a mantelpiece, and then you went into the house and gathered the servants and reset you and I on recrafting them. And then you went into the garden and buried those tiny shattered skulls alone.
Now this is interesting because this means that, let's call it the orb for now. The orb is talking as one of the characters here in a way, and he pretty much recites the same notes, the same events, but from their perspective. And there are some really important tidbits. How it says that they went to London and they sat on rebuilding the world, you and I, and then they called the servants, and then they killed the servants, but Mendes alone buried them. Why is that important? That there he was alone. Now it could be literally that he didn't take the orb with him to the garden, but I think that there's some implication there that I might not fully be understanding. Maybe how the orb didn't care about whether or not those bodies are buried. It's the important thing is this machine that they are building, and the people are unimportant in the scheme of these things. Also, why are there speakers here? Yes, I'm shutting this out.
For your children, Magnus, to spare them the world you have created. For us all.
Wait. For your children, so created this world, this new world for your children, but then to spare them of the world you created for us all? I think this wants to hint at the fact that he killed his children to spare them from... But he didn't want to spare them from the world he creates, but from the world that he foresaw in that vision. And that is why he wants to create a new world. So that wouldn't make sense. He wants to create a new world that avoids the war, and he kills his children. So they die anyway. Because I think the basic idea is that he saw a vision about the Great War and how his children will die fighting in it, and he couldn't fathom why people would be killing each other, and so he set out to create a world where that wouldn't happen. Finally, a working elevator. Wonderful music piece here. And this is indeed the reactor.
Dear Christ, what is this place?
And I think this is what they talked about, how this is in the center and it has to be cooled, which would make sense. And it looks a lot like a nuclear reactor for sure, but
I tried so hard. I will uphold my promise. I will always protect them for you. My eyes are your eyes. My heart is your heart. I will rip them loose from this rotten world and set them to burn, all to save them.
but it's not really confirmed. It could be that Mendes learned how to create such machines from the orb, just like how he had the vision of the great machine, even though it's not confirmed if he just got the idea for the machine or he really got kind of instructions on how to create it. But here I think he was talking to his dead wife, how he promised that he will always protect the children, and how he somehow sees killing them saving them, because he rips them from this world and then recreates this world. And of course nothing is working. Now, as absolutely insane as that sounds, it follows some twisted logic, and it is something that clinical cases sometime actually involve. I remember at least seeing one documentary where something similar happened, killing someone out of good intentions.
And they feel no pain. The process is completely humane. Humane, Professor? That we judge the acceptable level of suffering by the human condition. Ask the beggar, Professor. Ask the orphan. Ask the whore. Ask the starving, Professor. The weak, the sick, the filthy. Ask them to define your humane.
Now, this is interesting because I guess the question was about the slaughtering of animals here, and Mendes kind of just lost it with the word spoken humane, because it is true that especially when you are talking about animals, how do you define what is humane for an animal? It doesn't really even make sense by definition. I understand what they are implying, but humane is kind of implying humans, and it's also rather true to ask those who are suffering, who are in need of help, what humane is, and not just create your definition while you are sitting comfortably in a warm room and well fed and all that. That is rather true. Nah, what's that? Oh, that's that animal drawing again. So I'm assuming they all have to glow. Yeah, because I can't turn them off. I can only turn them on. And these to me still look a lot like the cooling or moderator rods. But intriguingly, this part is never explained in documents what this is or what it contains, because that would explain a lot. But the sound, the color of the water, it all really heavily implies that whoever is here is honestly dead. Nah. Solve that problem. Yeah, maybe I should stand up. That would help a lot with being slow. Okay. Was I walking on the wall there for a moment? Why did I fall? I think what happened, I actually... Yeah, I stood on the ladder. Yeah, that's intriguing. Okay, and now we can do this. Now this is a great question, whether or not this actually starts or stops the reactor. At least it is not obvious to me. If this reactor is built in a similar fashion to modern ones or real life ones, then this would stop it. But maybe it works kind of backwards. And also if... Says here he wants us to start things up, so I would assume this starts this reactor up. But if those rods are there, then what the heck is there in the middle? great big question. Okay, well, here you go.
Daddy, Daddy!
Oh, more lights. Do I have to roll this one?
Set them free. Set them all free.
Okay. What did I do?
I live. I breathe again. I rise. I will rise to bleach the sky and still the water. I will spin the world wheel and set the future upon the path to redemption.
Where are my children? You promised me my children!
My time is come. More pig. More pig.
Ooh.
Boys, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
He was lied to. Alright, next area in theory is the one called engine. Let's hope we find what we need there. 3 notes. Mendes, Saboteur. So some information is actually given by the loading screens, which is once again an interesting idea. I did not hear that. Oh, what?
And, emerging, I raised my head to an uncaring sun, and I cursed this world of pain and despair. This civilization built on the ricketed bones of the unfortunate, on the greed and swell of mammon and empire. Cradling a stone egg in my jacket, I kissed my children farewell, and I crawled my way home.
No, I'm not sure when that happened. The stone egg, I suppose that's the orb. But he says, kissed his children farewell and crawled his way home. Home would be his house where his children are, so... I'm really not sure what this means. Okay, where are we? It will be so much fun looking through this area like this. Mendes? Mendes! Get your shit together! I understand this is really traumatic and all that, but there is no need for the blurry vision. Oh, goodness. What was that? Oh, children! Oh, pig mask! Well, not going back there. Don't you love it? It's raining pig masks! Okay, that's another one in the engine. Can a man construct himself anew? Can a man, on realizing who he is, on what he has become, tear himself apart, down to the bricks, and begin again? Are you built out of bricks? You're a brick man? Then I guess you can. Otherwise, I don't think there should be bricks in you. Are our souls just this? Tiny cogwheels and clockwork and intricate machines to serve a function that, upon reflection, we might set to a new task. So this is December 29th, and I think this is when he starts to question what he's been doing, and when he decides on sabotaging what he achieved. Can a man, defined by his actions, defined by that which he now finds abhorrent, set to sabotaging this body, his machine? That's written interestingly. This body, his machine. Okay. Until those children of his soul turn in new motion, and he may awake to a new sun, a new year, a new century with hope in his heart. Children of his soul? Is that like his inventions turn in new motion, or literally his children? Because they are, you know, not alive anymore, so that is not happening. As I reach my hands to the exposed wires, I ask myself this: was it the red or was it the blue one? It's always the red. Let's cut that one. Is redemption possible for such a creature as I? Nah, not really. And if not, then surely better to die amongst my creations than to continue to live as a monster. Hey there! I'm a monster. You're not. You're just a filthy human person who thought he is some super important revolutionary recreating the world. That reminds me, it's time for a word. But interesting, many of these notes, almost all of these notes, I want to say I already read. And given that I only played through this game once, if I read them, that means I found them in my first playthrough. So where are the missing ones? So what do we get? Ooh, that's a new one. I think it's pronounced as sepulchre, and that means tomb. If I'm not mistaken. I'm more unsure about the pronunciation. No. The CH is a bit misdirecting. It's sepulchre. Is it from... what language is this from? Anglo-French. Again, the French words messing with me. So it's sepulchre, and that means tomb. And I know it came up in one of the games I played. But it's an interesting one that I heard before, and I actually remember when I read it in the game. I knew it from somewhere, and then I looked it up, and I found the song that actually features this word, but the pronunciation, I will have to read this word a few times to get that right. But that's why I'm doing this, to have practice. Let me see. A place of burial, a tomb. No, interestingly, it has an archaic meaning as a verb, to place in or as if in a sepulcher, and that pretty much means bury. But that, I guess, fell out of use, so it only functions as a noun these days. But with that, let's jump back to the game. And let's see where the other 2 nodes are in this area. So we are not going back. Yeah, pig masks. Oh, that's what I need. A ladder. Are the pig masks? Yeah, they stay. Sometimes they disappear. Not these. Is this where I'm going? Apparently yes. Pressure regulation. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. Let's release some pressure. Warning, steam vents access only at lower pressure. Ah, don't tell me what to do.
Where are my children?
Glad you asked, Landis. You know the answer so well enough.
So we are there, wherever there is. Aha! Children really are the most wonderful, useful creatures. And this is, I think, the note where the developers really buried Mendes as a human being and a character that pretty much any player would sympathize with. The unfortunates from the orphanage have proved indispensable in cleaning the larger steam pipes. It appears that matter from the slaughtering process may indeed vaporize at source, but drifts like dust through the air and lodges in the pipes. Okay. Periodically, we shut the pressure down and send one of our pixies into the pipes to scrub the reconstituted fat away. Armed with just a shortened broom, our little explorers venture into the dark. Give them a lamp? Of course, we can only keep pressure down for a short period, so they must be fast. Why couldn't you, direct the pressure somewhere else? Or they risk being trapped and boiled by the superheated vapors when they rush back into the system. See, Mendes is such an absolutely garbage human being. Then we will be sending their comrades in afterwards to scrape free the cooling mess. The survivors tell me you can reach all manner of places within the complex through the pipes. I smile, tell them I am so proud, and then feed them to the pigs. You know, I would ask which kind of pigs, but does it really matter? I don't think so. I think it's completely unimportant. Again, I am so confused by what the intentions of the developers were here, because in the first game they tried to make Daniel somewhat likable, at least in the beginning. Here, no, they are not doing that at all. Moving on, we have 2 of the notes, and that is slightly worrying to me, because I'm not sure that we will find a note in the pipe, but whatever. Time to sabotage! Take that! Whatever I'm fighting against at this point. Why is there a lock on this? Seriously? Okay, what else can I sabotage? But there's a blinking light here, so I'm sure I shouldn't pull... What is this? Automatic pressure regulator shut off. Oh yeah. Aha!
What are you doing, little piggy? Do you think I will allow you to sabotage me again?
I mean, it worked once.
Children,
You unholy bastard!
Okay, so where are we going now? I mean, I can go back down, but I don't think that would make much sense. No, I have access to pipes. Oh, here. Well, this is not the inside of a pipe, but it's true, you probably wouldn't want to be this close to metal surfaces when they are containing superheated steam. Whoops, I slipped. Oh, what's that?
Will it hurt them?
a cleansing fire always burns, little Mandus, but it purifies and it makes anew. Did it hurt to carve out the fevered flesh? Did it hurt to cut free the gangrenous foot? Ask instead this. Can we save them?
When did I say that? That is not me. That is not me!
This is interesting because in a way that is not him. He was the one who asked the question, not the one who answered it. And that explains the part which he said about ripping the children out of this world and burning them and then remaking the world to save them. He meant that literally. And it seems the orb, or whoever is this character, this evil side of Mendes, convinced him that the only way to save the children is just to burn them alive. You know, the thing is, most people would say that is insane. That is impossible. But similar things, maybe not to this extreme, happen in real life. Because there are people who manipulate others to unbelievable degrees, and some of those people are willing to do pretty much anything they are told by that specific person that they trust pretty much entirely. So here that there is a supernatural part, but it's not unheard of in a certain way. Also, what's with my lamp? What am I looking at? Oh, I'm looking at the floor. Wall, lamp. I'm assuming I'm following the lamp. So, but what am I stuck on? Is there something here that I can see? Do I have to crouch down? Yeah, that's a wooden block. Oh, Mendes. How much I love motion blur, I cannot tell you. I just do not have the vocabulary to create such a vivid image of a string of curse words. Am I even in the right place? Don't you just love it when games tell you to go somewhere and you have no idea where that is? You can't see anything. And you pretty much get stuck. So I'm pretty sure I have to follow the lamps. Because if game design tells me anything, the lamps are indicators of where I should be going. There's another lamp there, I see. Can't stand up for some reason. Look, if you want to jump scare, just get over with it and give some sharpness to Mendes' eyes, because I'm losing my mind over here. Get the note! That's the third one here. I'm pretty sure I didn't miss these three. They were, you know, put right in the in the campaign's way, so we didn't really miss them. There is a spoon of medicine. I says. And it's a silver spoon that you did get born holding. Oh, your poor mother. Ever so painful for mommy, dear. But grasps so hard it was in a little screaming red fist. Later, you used your spoon to dig a hole in the garden to get all the way to Mexico. And then you did eat worms with your spoon on the way to stay fat. This is December 1st, okay? This spoon was the same you gave your twins. Then you used it to dig a hole to their clockwork souls and you ate up their hearts like soup on the way to keep you fat. Fat little mole, where will you dig next? I asks. You and your little silver spoon made from the silver spine of your children and wrapped in the hair of your dearly departed. Dear sweet Jesus, my darling Lilibet, what am I become? So, I think the writing here tries to mimic the confused mind of Mendes, but what is this? You did get born holding. So he's talking to himself as you, or he's talking to his other self? Because this kind of sounds like his evil side is talking down upon his good side, but the last line kind of sounds like he's reflecting on himself. It's certainly him because it mentions Mexico and the twins and his wife. And also that he was born into a wealthy family, because it is mentioned before that this entire abattoir, this slaughterhouse, it was a family business. It's not explained just how much of it was already built before he took over the company, or if he turned this into a big company from just a butcher shop. But I think there is one letter that slightly hints at the fact that the house in which we start the game is not Mendes's, but his father's. I'm not entirely sure about that, but this is a confusing note, certainly. So we have the free notes in the engine, which means that the next one is the one out in the streets. Ooh boy. Are you confused? Good. Why is it good that I'm confused? In what way does it make you happy that I am confused? Oh, I do remember this part. I don't want to say it's a labyrinth, but it's certainly not easy to navigate at first. Especially because at first I couldn't figure out what the game wanted from me when I played this part. Warning, steam vent access only at low pressure. Don't worry about it. We will get the pressure to drop rather quickly. Why wouldn't it? Fair enough. You have strange hobbies, but I don't judge. Okay, so that is something, someplace. I'm assuming we will get there, or we've been there, but I do not remember a room where we had a cage like this. Dog's the one getting a 70 streak. Watching your streams is a strange hobby, by your definition? Well, aren't you streaming in the hopes that someone will watch you? Maybe I'm wrong. Danger. Ensure conduits are correctly placed to avoid pressure backdrafts. Child fatalities this month 17. Did you really create a custom sign for that? You create one every time someone dies? You should really spend that money on maybe some safety. For example, maybe making it so you can just take parts out like this. That would be rather clever. But safety is not fun. Oh, I see. Safety is not fun. And if the whole thing collapses on my head, that will be rather fun. Oh, this is where I came from. Don't worry, things are shaking up a bit. So I still can't go there because reasons. Mostly steam related reasons. But I can come here. And I know. Originally I thought I have to pick up those pipes and place it in here. But if you look closely, you see that the area within looks a bit odd, and that is because there's a glass panel in front, and we have to break that. And now we have to get the holy fucking heck out of here, because there are pigs around. What, no pigs? Okay, yes, pigs. I was already on the ladder. That was unfair. Let's see how many we have. 24, and then 2, 4, 6. That's 34. That's all of them. Okay. Okay, where the heck are we now? Oh, I'm back in the starting area. Yes, we are. There's the door. That means we are supposed to go this way. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Piggies! What is happening? What? And this! Just because I look down doesn't mean I want to go there. Yeah, this is a slightly tricky area because you have to go sideways to actually get here. Otherwise you kind of just fall back. Haha! Take that, piggies! Also, fish scales. Nah, we just have to get out! Steam's bad, understood. Let's go the other way. Oh, there's nothing there. Okay. What is this sound? I do not like this sound. All the steam is outside. I hope. What's happening? Oh, I misclicked. I mean, I say misclicked, but... Wait, this is where I came from. So I say misclicked, but I'm playing on a... or with a controller. So what do you say there? Can you misclick on a controller? Is that possible? I'm not sure. Now let's see. Next area is the streets. So we have to reach the streets next, and there we will have 4 notes. Sorry, I'm looking at my notes here. I know, not really professional, but I want to find all of the notes, and we are at actually 34 of them. We're only missing 10, which is great. It's absolutely wonderful. Nah, this is a dead end. That's no good. Ah! Yeah, this is a dead end. Is there a ladder? No! Ow! Okay. No need for ladder. Ah, fine. Ah! Okay, where do I go here?
This is your doing, Landis. This is what you dreamt it to be.
I will stop you. I will save them.
You are too late. It begins. My work has begun. Kill them, my piggies. Kill them all.
Yes, indeed, we got to the other part of that gate we saw, and here it says low pressure pig line access open. Now throughout most of the game. What was that? What was that? Oh. Time to make our swift exit. Is it? Yeah, I think yes. That's my cue to leave. Come on! You darn thing, work! Also, welcome in, Elliot. Wait, where's the door? Shouldn't the door be part of the elevator? This is rather unsafe. Now, next area is the streets. Here we have 4 notes, and this is the part that I mentioned before being rather tricky, because Thing is, most of this, as I remember, is just a chase sequence. So I have to be careful how I proceed here. Which means, get ready to die, because we will die plenty of times. Great! That must be a good sign. Okay. Why are there elevators outside on the streets of London? Don't ask me. I actually wondered about that during my first playthrough. Still don't know. Oh wait, we are still not outside. Look for notes, look for notes. Oh, that's interesting. That's a rather old school wheel. So we came from here. There's a car here that blocks our way. Can I jump up? No. We can go right or we can go left. This seems to be blocked. And I'm stuck on something. Is someone there? Just squeal once if yes. No? Okay. No soliciting, no hawking, no begging. Oh, barrel. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure there won't be a note just out in the open. It wouldn't make much sense. Can I go in here? No. Crash, Ho, and Jones. What? Heber Dashers? What does that mean? Never heard that word before. Bucks Row. Okay, can I go in here? Oh. Oh, you... those pesky developers got me there. I know we will get to go...
God, no, what have I done?
We will get to go down into a basement. Not opening this one either. So I'm assuming these are all trucks with the pigs being transported in their holding pens? Who drove the trucks? I know I ask the most important questions. Not a thing here. Oh, piggy. Where's the piggy? Okay, here's a dead guy, and he's also why is he naked and dead out in the street? You know, I understand that the pigs killed him, but why was he naked? Okay, nothing here. What was that? That was the truck. Okay, so we checked everything except this area. Piggy. Children, remember, silence and hard work are the roads to heaven. Yeah, sure. Okay, so we can go there or we can go here. Yeah, never mind. Why are there so many cages here? And broken pieces of furniture? Of course it's closed. I don't care about your noises. I want my note. Okay, I think this is where we actually have to go.
No! This is not what I meant! This is not what I meant at all!
Weren't they planning this kind of the whole way through? I can't even use this well. Let me in! I do not care. If you have a note, space it out. Okay, nothing here. This is where I was. It's so dark here. Okay, nothing here. Nothing behind the door. Really important. Always check behind the door. Huh? What's this? Is this the intended way or a secret passage or no, that's just the intended way, isn't it? Wait, no, there's a place here as well. Let's see. Bookshelf, candle, dresser, non-existent door that we can't even interact with. Staircase. I think I found a note here before. There is a window, another non-existent door. That's it. You know, this is extremely dangerous. Like, imagine you're in bed. You wake up in the middle of the night, you try to get your candle lit, but you can't. You just woke up and wow, you just fell down onto the stairs and broke your neck. Like, they actually put a railing here, but it just follows this instead of going around. Okay. No one misses the poor. Round up some orphans and the world will thank you for it. Disappear a whore and the gentleman applauds you. Well, I'm not sure about that. You see, those gentlemen are the clients most often. Call a beggar and the lady walks safely again. Not all beggars are dangerous criminals. They are just poor. And also, if you kill the orphans, why will the world thank you? I hate them. I hate them more than any of the others. The poor or the rich, this privilege, this pretension, these so-called leaders, these pillars of society, these rich and fanciful, apparently the rich, they wear their filth on the inside, but they are no less dirty. I do like that line. It's an interesting idea how the poor wears the filth on the outside and the rich wears it on the inside. I have plans for them all. We will feed them and then we will feed from them. Actually, as far as I know, Mendes actually did that. This is from October, which is interesting because here's the thing. It was mentioned that Mendes had these parties in his house and he got all rich and famous people invited and they got drunk and then they were just tossed onto the lines of the factory, and we actually saw how the guest bathroom and different parts of the house had secret entrances there. Now what is interesting here is the date. This is October. So if those parties actually started happening, they started after October 25th, since he only says I have plans for them, not already doing all of this. So things happened rather quickly, because I think this is December 31st, the day the game takes place. And every node that we found so far, I think, are from 99 or 8 or 98. So that would mean Mendes, I don't know when the expedition to Mexico took place, but he built all of this in less than 2 years. That sounds rather unlikely. I'm not sure, honestly. Ooh, rich. I didn't know you had a problem with rich. Don't you want to be rich? Most people dream about that. Well, this was the first one here on the streets. Let's not forget to mark it. So that means we are only missing 9 notes at this point. The countdown has begun. So indeed, you have to check for these kind of off the beaten path areas. Another naked man killed on the streets of London. I wonder what the news said about this night. Burner Street.
Redeem yourselves. Redemption is at hand. Enter the cleansing and set your souls free. For you are born into filth and will die as pigs. Only through my redemption can you ascend to the skies and claim the heavens as your kingdom. Fall on your knees. Ashes, ashes, bones and ashes. For the pile will reach critical, and we can have such a burning that this city will shine as a beacon of redemption for the world.
I would say that he officially lost it, but I don't think he had it to begin with. No. Okay, there's a way here. Oh, how much I love options. Okay, this is the same children line. That's a gate that we can't open. What's that? Tech, Howell, and Justice. Legal and financial brokers. Oh, dangerous people. That's a brick. I almost thought that was a book. Or a note. How many trucks did they have? I understand that the developers had to put something in the way, but it's like, what do we have to put on the outside? Trucks? Anything else? More trucks? Hey! I really hope there wasn't a note in there. Okay, what's on this side then? This is where I came from? No, this is not where I came from. I came from here. So on one side we had this little jump scare. On the other side we have nothing. Great. There's nothing there. There's nothing here. I'm assuming the notes are all in houses. along the way, but I don't remember exactly how long this area is, and it's not 100% sure that they are evenly placed. I do feel like I might have missed this previous. We have set aside an entire wing of the mansion for parties. We invite them from near and far, and we guzzle them in with fine wine. I'm guessing that's good for the meat. It makes it more tender. And the finest cuts in all of London. My God, Mendes, but these chops are rather divine. Who is your butcher? Mendes? I mean, he has a slaughterhouse. Feed them up, for the wine and the grains will also lend a character to the product. Keep the flesh relaxed. Opium in the champagne and gravy. Not sure. Never heard about using opium as a spice, but alright. A hog roast every night for the Duke and the Duchess. An actress battered and sliced. An artisan in every mouthful. An importer of fine teas stewed in his own leaves. You know, kind of fitting, but where will I get my teas from then? They bicker and breed under the table, by the fireplace, on the carpet stained with wine and fat and other bodily fluids, whilst long dead nobles of deformed grace and cold stare watch them from gilded frames along the crooked wall. That's a really, really, really nice picture. I do like that. Again, there is this reoccurring theme of these people just acting like pigs and eating, being gluttonous, and then fornicating apparently everywhere. And yes, indeed, we saw the wine stains on the carpet. And but I really like it that the wording here, it's important. It's not just describing that the house is decorated with portraits of people, but it says that those long dead nobles watch this happening from those gold frames lining the walls. And it's a good question whether it just makes this entire ordeal even more taboo in a way, or if they are looking at it and with judgment, or what the exact message here is, if they are disappointed by the future. We will hose it down later as we shovel them into our machine. So again, this is the part about the parties. So maybe I did find this one because I did know about the parties, and this is again an interesting idea that the game brings up, but there are so many parts to what Mendes was doing, and that's why it's kind of confusing to understand. Because if it was just him throwing these parties and doing some twisted kind of revenge or dishing out justice or something like that, that would be one thing. But then again, he doesn't care about the poor either. They are just used up for work and for for whatever they are useful for in Mendes's eyes, in the factory's workings. So maybe for different reasons, but he despises people. All kinds of people from all different groups. So this is 2. How am I not surprised? Okay, so this was the second, or we hope. Can I actually go there? Who built this place? Why would you add that extra bit of wall if it makes no sense? Interestingly, we hear female screams because they work better in horror, but we only see male bodies. Also, was this gate really here? I might have missed the show there. Shame. Okay, if this is a dead end, then that's no good. That is actually no good, and I don't know where I need to go. Now, wait a moment. If this is not the intended way, I clearly remember this not being open. Is this a good idea? Probably not. Well, something is happening here. Oh, welcome in, Schmoozer. Guten Abend. How is your day going? Oh, 60 stream streak. Sorry, I think I kept it open. But thank you for your support. Now let's see, where could a node be? If you were a node, where would you hide? This reminds me of the attic of the house. Oh, there's a door here. But we are not going there yet. Oh, ho, ho, ho. And number 3. I stand and look at myself in the mirror. Penis in hand, and my reflection grins at me, and his mouth is full of the sulphur mustard. Okay. I don't think I found this before, because I'm pretty sure I would remember it. Vain fool, he sneers. Are you really so very different? I slept a lot today, almost missed your stream. But that's alright, I hope you got plenty of rest at least. That's more important than watching any of my silly streams. You are simply a weak man, a product of his age or this age, the same as any other. Say what in hand? It's fine, don't worry about it. This is Empire. Cretin, this is the killing idiocy. The natural result of this social Darwinism. If you are evil, then this world is evil. You just let the blood run in the street rather than hiding it in the poorhouse. You hold the blade and slide it home yourself. You do not pay a man to do this for you where you cannot see it. If you are evil, at least yours is an honest evil, and that alone makes you Übermensch. And thus I wash my hands and take to bed. Worries. Why am I not surprised if I tell you not to worry about it? You obviously will. You're a bit like me. You heard right, you're right. Yeah. Again, I'm not sure what empire he's talking about. Maybe the British Empire back in the day. But yes, apparently there's honest evil, and then there's dishonest evil? I think. Also, why is he washing his hands? From what is he washing his hands from before he goes to bed? It is good washing your hands before you go to bed, you know, hygiene and all that, but why here, though? That is the question. So this is the 23rd of December. Again, late December of this year, where he starts questioning what he's doing. Let me guess, this is closed. Ah, of course, this is closed. From what he did in his hand while watching in the mirror. Yeah, that's what I think happened as well. Very unsay so. Very unsay so. Well, you said that say so is pure. Now, if he washed his hands, then that is say so, right? That's clean, that's pure. What's this? Why can I pick this one box up? Is there something behind it? He was after the unsay so. So doing it in the bathtub is alright. I will get you on the fine print one day. Okay. No! Too late. Well, I guess we have to wait here for a moment because there's an ad. And that means another word. I'm almost curious if unsay so is a word that was added to any official dictionary, but I don't think so. It's I think it's too specific to to this community, as they like to say. In Germany, we have the saying, if someone is not guilty, I Was my hands in innocence? I think you wanted to say I wash my hands in innocence. That's interesting. I'm not sure about the origins of that saying, but there is a similar one in many languages that comes from the Bible. So it might be that. Now let's see what word we get now. Oh, midwife. Well, the midriff is also the midsection, the middle part of the torso. Now, I'm not sure if it's only used for humans, actually. But let me see. Midriff. I'm not even sure why it's called that. The mid region of the human torso. Okay, so it's human only. Let's see, it comes from Old English, actually. And apparently it changed its meaning throughout the years. Let's read this. Today the word midriff is likely to evoke a plummy tummy or some fab abs. But the mid-torso sense of midriff is relatively young, having bellied up to the bar of English usage only in the early 19th century. For most of its history, midriff has been used to refer to the diaphragm, the large flat muscle that separates the lungs from the stomach area and contracts spasmodically when we hiccup. Thank you for the explanation. This diaphragm sense has been around for at least 1,000 years, with the earliest known uses of midriff, which comes from the Old English word which I cannot pronounce, but it's written as HRIF, meaning womb or belly, being found in manuscripts such as Bold's Leech Book, a medical text that is believed to date back to the mid-10th century. The riff on the vernacular of the 21st century, that kind of lexical staying power is far from mid. All the puns here, oh my goodness. So it still has the meaning of diaphragm. What's this? The Bible? Yes. The bad book? I'm not sure about that. Where God has a higher kill count than the devil. I'm not well versed in mortal religions, but I don't really think the Bible speaks too much about the doings of the devil, actually. I'm not sure if that is explained in any detail, how many the devil killed, or if they killed. But then again, I know really little on the matter of religions. Now, back. We are looking for one more note here. And that is, yes, in the street. The Bible mentions unicorns. Really? And never mentioned cats? But just because something is not mentioned doesn't mean that they didn't exist. The fact that something is mentioned, like the unicorns, is rather interesting, however.
You hear me, madness? This is what you planned.
I deny anything and everything. Can I go there? No, I can't. Could have been a little secret. Can I go there? Well, this could have been also a little secret, but yeah, it's not. And there's nothing on the cart itself either. Where's the lesson note is the big question. There's a pathway there. That's another cart. I'm kind of assuming that if something is placed on the ground, at least it's near the walls or something you might notice and not just thrown down on the middle of the street. Oh, street lamp. And I'm stuck on something. So we have another way here. Oh, how much I love these options. Let's go here. This is the more hidden one. Excuse me. I found a wall that is not reflecting the light from my lamp. Fascinating. Not sure what paint it is painted with, but yep, that's strange. Title drop. Sorry, I will be checking every single dead end. That is the shadow of what exactly? Oh, Piggy, 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 Piggy! What are you doing, Piggy? I think they are scratching their nose. Not sure. It looks like they are. Or maybe doing something else? But there's nothing there, so... Wait, there's a hand there. Are they eating someone? Where's the... That's a feet, that's not a head. Where's the head? The head is there. So they're not eating the person. What are they doing? We may never know. Oh shit! Piggy, 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 Piggy! I was running! Are you still following me? Because I kind of have to look around. Wait, there was a barrel here. What is happening here? So apparently I'm not being chased anymore, which is good. And here's a bunch of tiny people? Why are the people so tiny? Oh, we finally found a dead woman as well. Gender equality is important, you know. I feel like they didn't consider the possibility that some maniac would stop in the middle of a chase sequence and look around. Yeah. Okay, there's nothing there. And there's nothing there. So I think I have to go here. I have a feeling that yes, we can go back. So I think the pig kind of lost our trace. Eskim and Steen, import and export. Do you have something against small people? No, I personally find them extremely adorable and cute.
Creature! Where are my children? Where are my children?
Why do I hear Mendes' voice only coming from the right side? In theory, I am playing as Mendes. Okay. Nice cobblestone. So once again, we can go 2 ways because, oh my freaking goodness. That's a high jump. Which one is? Okay, so there's a dead end looking place here. The one you did getting on the box. I mean, you know, man, this is a fit person. It's a high jump to just rely on your legs and no arms. I mean, I have to hold the lamp with something. Except maybe Mendes could improvise and hold the lamp or hang it on some other body part. But as we know, the age rating works in mysterious ways, and as such you cannot show what you can talk about. Is this the car or the pigs are snarling? Because I didn't even know pigs do that. Okay, so there's nothing here. There's nothing here. There's barrels here. I can jump up on the barrels for absolutely no reason, but I can, and I will. I will not be stopped. I will jump on this box as well. I did it. I'm that good. You cannot show how he is holding the handle between his teeth. Of course, no, you can't show that. This is a first-person player shooter. Well, not really a shooter, but it's an FPS game, so how would you show that? You can see your own teeth. Okay, is it here? Because this looks like a prime hidden spot. Finally, I find a... There's something there. Finally, I find a real secret in this game. Come on! Get that freaking lamp working. No, I'm certain I didn't find this. And this is the last one for the streets. A different strategy for the poor, who mistrusts the offered hand, the plate of steaming offal. For them, we are become the disappearance in the night. So wait a moment. So we know that Mendes was offering food and support to the less fortunate, as people like to say these days, and it seems that people started to realize how more and more people start disappearing. That would be interesting, for sure. And it's also interesting how here he speaks with a bit of a displeased tone, as much as you can in writing, how he says that they mistrust the help, the offered hand, the plate of steaming offal, which is still edible but not the meat you would actually sell, since he sold that and didn't give it to the poor. It was more of a way to get rid of the waste than help the people. But apparently they started to realize that something was off. More efficient and less visible to picking off stragglers and strays is the removal of entire communities in one swoop. Well, within the community they certainly won't notice someone disappearing like that, but once someone notices entire communities missing, let the ground open under them and fall to the moor. Last month, by activating the doors at shortly after midnight on a Holmy Saturday, 57 individual products were obtained in a single catch. Doors? Are those the elevators leading to the surface, or the literal doors of the area where the pigs are? Also interesting here, the two words actually meet in the text. The individual products. Now I think by individual he means that separate and not individual as a person, but still it sounds so conflicting that he calls individuals products, but he does that all the time. He did that in previous notes as well, and it's always kind of confusing to me whether he's talking about pigs or humans, because in some notes I think he's talking about literal pigs and how the machines work, and in other notes he is talking about how he is capturing people. and transforming them. I have instructed the workhouse to begin plans for a street festival before the end of summer. This is October. To peg out the narrow lanes with a teeming throng, with hundreds of pairs of feet, we have begun to assemble a network of false streets and have extended the holding pens in preparation. More holding pens for the newly acquired product. A second pig line will be added to enable the system to cope with the increase in traffic. So there's a pig line. I guess that is the one used for creating the pigmen, as opposed to slaughtering the pigs. But why this is confusing is because I guess the workhouse, I'm not sure if the workhouse is... At first I would be thinking that the workhouse is where the pigs are, but I don't think that's what it is. I think it's more about the actual place where they maybe house workers, and so they are planning to make this fake festival to bring many people out onto the streets, and that way they can capture many, even though I'm not sure, would they want to capture, as they say, hundreds of pairs of feet, or just some, and that wouldn't be as noticeable, because realistically I would say they would only want to capture some, so it's not painfully obvious. But the first part of the note kind of suggests that they want to hit bigger numbers, and so get as many as they can, even hundreds if they can. Also, the sound, which is slightly annoying me, is not coming from my microphone. It's the wind in the game, which just sounds like a gust of air blowing into a microphone. Now, we have all the ones in this area. Yes, we did it. Now we can move on. What was that? Wait. How do I leave? Oh. But this wasn't open before. Big mask! So you can just go around, or you can climb in there and find the toys, but that's not enough, because what was that? Because there is a secret within a secret, in a way, and you have to go to the side a bit to find the actual notes. So that's nice. I do like that. Oh, it's opening and closing based on where we are. I wasn't sure what this sound was about. Come on. Let's go. And let's enter the next area, and I think that is where I will call it for today. We still have 3 areas left. I think we have a boss fight as well. And even though we're only missing 6 notes, and I'm slightly torn about whether or not I should continue now. I think it's a better idea to leave it and return to it next time around. I'm not necessarily sure when that will be, sometime during the next week. But it would be, I think, at least another hour to go through everything. And again, we are so close to finishing the game and getting all of the notes, and that is tempting. But it would be rather stupid to rush things now because of that and mess up the entire run. It reminds me of a monologue from the Fallout series, where the ghoul is found by a group of bounty hunters, I think, and they say that they want to recruit him in a way for a bounty, and they say that, well, it will be their last bounty and then they will be rich and live without working for the rest of their lives. And the ghoul says that that's a mistake of sorts, because when people say this is the last one, then their heart or their hearts are not in it anymore. They are focused on just finishing it as quick as possible, and that's a mistake that I don't want to make. So we will return to the lovely pigs and find the last notes next time. Stop singing, people! But they are happy. Don't you ever feel like you just want to burst into a song? Or they are addicted and try to convince others otherwise. Addicted to singing? I think I'm misunderstanding something there. Also, why is my Twitch chat in slow mode according to Twitch? Not anymore. Alright. Never mind. So with this done, next time we are going to be playing in context of the last time. Oh, yes, yes. Well, when it comes to work, I don't think, even though there is such a term as workaholic, but yes, that's true. When it comes to addictions, people always say that this will be the last time, and they lie to others, and more often than not, I think themselves about how lost they really are in that addiction. Let's see. Who shall we raid? I think I know exactly. I think I know exactly whom we shall raid now. This channel is intended for mature audiences. That must be a mistake. Your right is say so after all. At least he says so. But with that said, I thank you for joining me on this somewhat laid back stream, walking through the factory and the streets of London in 1899. And I will be back next time on Friday with Apocalypse. We are actually taking a look at the expansions, or one expansion based on how long it will be, and hopefully finding a few trophies. But until that, I thank you for joining me, keeping me company in the chat. I hope you enjoyed the stream. Have a great evening or rest of evening, and as always, good night.